Welcome back to episode 10 of our Gold Mining from Scratch series on the massive Yukon Valley 16X map. In today's episode, we're finally back over at our brand new mega cut, and today is going to be a huge milestone for our growing mining operation because we'll officially be firing up our brand new $1 million wash plant for its first full day of gold mining. Over the past several episodes, we've been putting in an unbelievable amount of work as we continue expanding our mining operation far beyond the small setup we originally started with over at Lone Wolf Creek. What started out as a tiny mining operation with a couple small wash plants has quickly evolved into a massive commercial-style gold mining operation, and this new cut we've opened up is by far the biggest project we've taken on yet. Everything started when we began opening up this brand new mining area by stripping massive amounts of overburden using our Cat D7 dozer. We spent hours pushing dirt and cutting into the side of this huge hillside, trying to expose a large enough area of pay dirt to justify bringing in bigger mining equipment. As we continued digging deeper and deeper into the hillside, we eventually exposed a huge layer of gold-rich pay dirt, and that's when we officially decided this was going to become the future of our mining operation. Last episode, we made by far the biggest investment we've ever made in this entire series. After saving up a huge amount of money from mining over at Lone Wolf Creek, we finally invested in one of the largest gold wash plants currently available, the massive Macon Industries SD-600 Slucifer wash plant. But the upgrades didn't stop there. On top of purchasing the wash plant itself, we also brought in a brand new radial stacker conveyor system, a massive hopper feeder setup, new heavy hauling equipment, and even a brand new Kenworth heavy haul truck setup, so we could transport this giant wash plant all the way from the local dealership back over to our new mining site. By the end of the last episode, we successfully managed to haul the massive Slucifer wash plant across the Yukon, navigate it through the back roads and train crossings, and finally get everything positioned over here at the new cut. After getting the plant set up on the wash plant pad we built, we even ran a few small buckets of paid dirt through the system just to make sure everything was functioning properly before beginning full-scale mining operations. Since then, I've also spent a little bit of time working off camera preparing the site even farther. One major thing we were still missing was a proper water system for the wash plant, so I've now dug out two large ponds beside the processing area and got both of them filled with water. One of those ponds will act as our fresh water supply, which feeds clean water into the wash plant, while the second pond will act as our overflow pond, which stores the dirty water coming back out of the plant after the pay dirt has been processed. To kick things off today, we'll first take a quick look around the new setup and check out the new ponds that were added beside the wash plant, because at this point we're honestly just about ready to officially begin mining full-time here in the new cut. But before we can really start feeding massive amounts of pay dirt into Slucifer, there's still one very important piece of equipment that we desperately need to add to the operation. We need a much larger wheel loader. Our old Cat 963K track loader worked incredibly well over at Lone Wolf Creek feeding the mini wash plants. But now that we've upgraded to this massive new SD-600 wash plant, we need something that's much larger, much faster, and capable of moving massive amounts of paid dirt quickly and efficiently. So first thing we'll do today is fire up our Volvo semi-truck, get our Brant H550 Beavertail lowboy trailer attached, and head back into town to begin shopping for a brand new wheel loader. On the way to the dealership, we'll stop over at the old Lone Wolf Creek cut, so we can load up our Cat 963K track loader, because we'll officially be selling that machine off today to help fund the purchase of our new loader. Once we arrive at the dealership, we'll trade in the old loader and purchase a brand new wheel loader that'll become the main machine responsible for feeding pay dirt into Slucifer, as well as cleaning up the massive tailings piles that will build up around the wash plant. After we get the new loader purchased and loaded onto the trailer, we'll haul it all the way back over to the new cut, where it'll officially begin its first day working here at the operation. And speaking of the new cut, I also want to give a quick shout out to Mr. L. Samson 69 for suggesting what I think is the perfect name for this brand new mining area. From here on out, this new cut will officially be known as the Hillside Cut. And honestly, I think that name fits perfectly considering the massive hillside we had to chew through and strip down just to expose all of this pay dirt. Once we make it back over to the Hillside Cut with our new wheel loader, there's still a little bit of prep work I'd like to finish before we officially begin mining. I want to use the new loader and our Cat D7 dozer to clean up and widen the access ramp leading between the cut itself and the wash plant area, so our Volvo 60-ton rock truck can move in and out of the cut much easier once hauling begins. I'd also like to smooth out another area behind the wash plant, because eventually I'd love to level that section off and build a brand new gold processing building over there, so we can process our gold concentrate directly beside the cut instead of hauling it back to Lone Wolf Creek. For now, though, we'll continue transporting all of our concentrate back over to the old processing facility at Lone Wolf Creek until this new operation starts bringing in enough gold to fund even more upgrades. And then finally, once all of the prep work is finished, it'll officially be time to begin pulling massive amounts of paid dirt out of the Hillside Cut for the very first time. We'll start by firing up our Cat 395 excavator and moving it over to the far side of the cut, where we'll begin digging into the exposed pay dirt layer. From there, I'll bring in our Volvo 60-ton rock truck and get it positioned beside the excavator so we can start loading up massive amounts of pay dirt. I'll also be using our land surveyor to carefully monitor our digging depth, because while this pay dirt layer seems much deeper than what we had over at Lone Wolf Creek, eventually we're going to reach groundwater, and the last thing we want to do is flood out our brand new cut before we even really get started mining. Once everything is set up and ready to go, we'll begin pulling bucket after bucket of gold-rich pay dirt out of the Hillside Cut, hauling it over beside Slucifer, and building up a massive stockpile of material ready to be processed. And once we have a large enough pile built up, we'll finally shut down the excavator, jump into our brand new wheel loader, and officially fire up our massive $1 million SD-600 Slucifer wash plant for its first real mining operation. It's going to be extremely interesting to see just how much gold we can pull out of this brand new ground that's never been mined before. And honestly, I have a feeling this new wash plant is going to completely change the scale of this mining operation moving forward. We got a huge day ahead of us here at the Hillside Cut, so let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're enjoying the Yukon Valley 16X gold mining series so far, make sure to like, drop a comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming up next. Now that we've managed to clear away all of that dirt from the edge of the cut and get everything smoothed back out with our Cat D7 dozer, we should now have a much cleaner and easier access point leading in and out of the Hillside Cut for our Volvo 60-ton rock truck. Before we cut this ramp in, the only way in and out of the cut was to drive all the way around the edge of the pit and back up the long driveway every single trip, which was going to waste a ton of time once we started hauling pay dirt nonstop. Now our rock truck should be able to move directly from the dig area straight over to the wash plant much faster and much more efficiently. At this point though, I think we finally reached the stage where everything is officially set up and ready to begin mining with our brand new wash plant. The wash plant is fully assembled and positioned. The hopper feeder and radial stacker are all set up. Our water ponds are filled. Our roads and ramps are now smoothed out and ready to go. And we've even brought in our brand new loader to help keep material moving through the plant. The only thing we're missing now is pay dirt. So now it's finally time to begin pulling material out of the Hillside Cut for the very first time. I'll start by heading over and firing up our massive Cat 395 excavator, and then we'll slowly walk it all the way across the cut over toward the far side where we dug our original test hole back in the last episode. That test hole gave us a really good idea of where the pay dirt layer sits and just how deep this ground appears to be compared to what we were mining over at Lone Wolf Creek. To begin, I'm just going to start digging freely into the cut while keeping a close eye on the ground conditions. Eventually, we should start seeing a little bit of groundwater begin seeping up through the soil, and once that starts happening, I'll bring in our land surveyor so we can carefully set a target mining depth just above that groundwater line. The last thing I want to do is dig too deep too quickly and accidentally flood out the bottom of our brand new cut before we even really get mining underway. Once we get our depth figured out though, we'll finally be able to start pulling massive bucket after massive bucket of gold-rich pay dirt out of the Hillside Cut. From there, we'll load all of that material into our Volvo 60-ton rock truck and begin hauling it over beside our hopper feeder system, where we'll start building up a huge stockpile of pay dirt ready to be processed through Slucifer later on in today's episode. And honestly, this is the moment I've really been waiting for ever since we first started opening up this new cut. We're finally about to see what this ground is capable of producing. So let's fire up the Cat 395 and officially begin mining at the Hillside Cut. Well, so far everything actually seems to be running really well here at the Hillside Cut. Our Cat 395 excavator is making quick work of digging through this pay dirt layer. The Volvo 60-ton rock truck is hauling material back and forth without any problems, and we're already starting to build up a pretty massive stockpile of pay dirt beside the hopper feeder system for Slucifer. But as we've continued digging a little deeper into this cut, I have started noticing a bit more groundwater beginning to seep up through the bottom of the pit than I'd really like to see. And honestly, this is exactly what I was worried about earlier when we first started mining here today. This pay dirt layer definitely seems a lot deeper than what we were dealing with over at Lone Wolf Creek, which is obviously a really good thing because it means there's potentially a huge amount of gold-bearing material down here. But at the same time, it also means we're getting much closer to the groundwater table much faster than I originally expected. Right now, the water isn't causing any major issues yet, but if we continue digging deeper at the current depth, there's a pretty good chance we could start flooding out sections of the cut, and that's definitely something I want to avoid this early into opening up the new mining operation. So before we keep mining any farther, I think I'm going to grab our land surveyor once again and reconfigure our target mining depth to sit just a little bit higher above the groundwater line. That way we can continue pulling large amounts of pay dirt out of this cut while still staying safely above the heavier groundwater areas and hopefully avoid turning the bottom of this pit into a giant mud hole. Once I get the new depth dial back in, we'll continue mining and hauling more material out of the Hillside Cut. Because honestly, I'd really like to keep building up this stockpile of pay dirt before we officially fire up the wash plant for a larger production run. We've already got a pretty impressive pile building beside the hopper feeder system, but want to keep growing that pile, so we have plenty of material ready to go once we start feeding Slucifer continuously later on in today's episode. The more pay dirt we can process today, the better idea we're going to get of what our gold production numbers might actually look like running this brand new cut together with our massive new SD-600 wash plant. And honestly, I'm really curious to see how much of a difference this new setup is going to make compared to the smaller wash plants we were running over at Lone Wolf Creek. So let's get this new depth set, keep hauling pay dirt, and continue building up this massive stockpile for Slucifer. Well, I think that should give us a pretty solid stockpile of pay dirt to work with for our very first real production run here at the Hillside Cut. We've already hauled a massive amount of material out of the cut and piled it up beside the hopper feeder system. So after we dump this final load from the rock truck, I'd say we're finally ready to officially fire up our brand new wash plant operation for the first time. And honestly, this is the moment we've been building toward for the past several episodes. After all the work opening up this new cut, stripping overburden, building roads, hauling equipment, setting up ponds, and bringing in over $1 million worth of mining equipment, we're finally about to see if all of that effort is actually going to pay off. So once this last load is dumped, I'll begin firing everything up starting with a hopper feeder system, then the massive radial stacker conveyor, and finally the brand new Macon Industries SD-600 Slucifer wash plant itself. Just hearing this entire setup come to life for the first time should be pretty incredible. Once all of the conveyors and the wash plant are fully running, we'll jump into our brand new Volvo L260 wheel loader and officially begin feeding pay dirt into the hopper feeder system for the very first time. From there, the material will move up through the conveyor system, where the radial stacker will carry the pay dirt up and dump it directly into Slucifer, so the plant can begin washing and processing all of this gold-rich material coming out of the Hillside Cut. As the pay dirt moves through the wash plant, All of the larger waste material and rocks will eventually come back out as tailings, while the heavier gold-bearing material gets trapped inside the plant as gold concentrate. And honestly, I'm extremely curious to see just how much concentrate, and hopefully gold, this new setup is capable of producing compared to the smaller wash plants we were running over at Lone Wolf Creek. This is by far the biggest mining setup we've ever run in this series, and today is really going to give us our first real idea of what this new operation is capable of producing on a larger scale. This is the moment we've been waiting for. So let's put Slucifer to the test and see how much gold we can pull out of the Hillside Cut on day one. That pay dirt pile turned out to be even bigger than I thought, but we managed to work our way through all of it and get every last bit of pay dirt fed to the plant. Now comes the best part. We get to shut everything down and open up the clean out on Slucifer for the first time, so we can get our first look at how much gold concentrate we just produced. Wow. We managed to pull 10 full buckets of gold concentrate out of Slucifer after washing all of that paid dirt from the Hillside Cut. That is by far the most gold concentrate we've ever produced in a single episode since starting this entire gold mining from scratch series. And I think it really shows just how much of an upgrade this new SD-600 wash plant is compared to the smaller plants we were running over at Lone Wolf Creek. And honestly, if this is the kind of concentrate we can produce on our very first full day running the plant, then I think the Hillside Cut has the potential to become a massive gold producer for us moving forward. Now comes the exciting part, finding out how much gold is actually sitting inside all of this concentrate. So let's fire up our Ford F-350 pickup truck and get all 10 buckets loaded up into the bed. Once everything is loaded, I'll haul it all back over to the old Lone Wolf Creek Cut, where we'll get everything unloaded into our gold processing room. It's going to take a little bit of time for the processing room to clean up all of this concentrate. So while that's running, I'll head back over to the camper trailer for a quick break, and then we'll return shortly after to see just how much gold we pulled out of our very first full production run at the Hillside Cut. with that, I think we're going to wrap things up for today here at the Hillside Cut. Honestly, I'd say our very first full day running the new SD-600 Slucifer wash plant was an absolute success. We managed to pull a massive amount of paid dirt out of the new cut, kept the wash plant running smoothly, and by the end of the cleanup, we ended up with an unbelievable 12 full jars of gold. After getting all of the gold cleaned up and sold off, we brought in over $350,000 in a single day, which is by far the most gold we've ever mined in one episode since starting this entire gold mining from scratch series. And honestly, I think this really proves that opening up the Hillside Cut and investing in this massive new wash plant was 100% the right move for our mining operation. We're going to end today's episode back here in the Hillside Cut as we continue pulling more paid dirt out of the ground and building up another stockpile ready to be processed through Slucifer next time. Next episode, we'll continue mining here at the Hillside Cut and see if we can push these gold production numbers even higher now that we've got a better understanding of how this new operation runs. Thanks so much for watching. Be sure to like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming next. And I'll catch you guys in the next one. Welcome back to episode 11 of our Gold Mining from Scratch series on the massive Yukon Valley 16 X map. In today's episode, we're heading back over to the new Hillside Cut as we continue feeding massive amounts of pay dirt into our brand new $1 million wash plant, while also continuing to expand and improve our growing mining operation. To kick things off today, we're actually going to be stepping away from mining for just a little while, because I've got a side project that I've been wanting to tackle for the past few episodes. Ever since we started opening up the Hillside Cut, I've been mentioning that eventually I'd like to build a proper mining camp over here, and today, I think it's finally time to make that happen. Right now, we still have our processing room, camper trailer, and most of our support equipment all located back over at the old Lone Wolf Creek Cut, and honestly, it's starting to make less and less sense having everything spread out now that the Hillside Cut has become the main focus of our operation. So to start things off today, I'll be firing up our Cat D7 dozer and heading over to the unused section of land that we own right across the road from the Hillside Cut. I'll begin knocking down trees, clearing brush, and leveling out a large dirt pad so we can start developing a permanent home for our new operation. Once we get the site all cleared out, I'd like to start building a brand new processing area right here beside the Hillside Cut. I'll finally be able to move all of our gold processing over here, so we no longer have to constantly haul our concentrate all the way back over to Lone Wolf Creek. On top of that, I'd also like to add some smelters so we can take our processing a step further and actually begin turning our gold into gold bars, which should make storing larger amounts of gold a lot easier moving forward. I'll also be clearing out an area where we can officially move our camper trailer over, and I'll be creating a larger equipment parking area so we can move some of our unused machines out of the way and keep things a bit cleaner around the mine site. Once all of that work is finished up, it'll finally be time to jump back into the mining operation itself and continue digging through the Hillside Cut. Over the past few episodes, we've made some massive changes to this operation. What originally started as a much smaller mining setup over at Lone Wolf Creek has grown incredibly quickly, and we've been making some absolutely huge investments lately. Last episode was especially big for us because we officially fired up our new Macon Industries SD-600 Slucifer wash plant for the first time. Throughout most of the episode, we spent our day inside of the Hillside Cut with our Cat 395 excavator pulling bucket after bucket of pay dirt from this fresh ground that we spent the last few episodes uncovering. We loaded all of that material into our Volvo, a 60H 60-ton rock truck, and hauled it over beside our hopper feeder system, where we built up a huge stockpile of pay dirt ready to run through Slucifer. After finally getting enough material piled up, we fired up the wash plant and began feeding all of that pay dirt through the system. Honestly, I really had no clue what to expect, because not only were we testing our new wash plant for the first time, but we were also testing entirely new ground that had never been mined before. And honestly, the results completely blew me away. After shutting down the wash plant and opening up the clean out at the end of the day, we managed to pull nearly 10 full buckets of gold concentrate out of Slucifer, which absolutely shattered our previous production numbers. We then hauled all of that concentrate over to Lone Wolf Creek, processed everything, took our gold into town, and sold it all off, which ended up bringing us over $350,000 in a single day, which is by far the biggest payday we've had in this entire series. But even though we're finally starting to see some huge profits coming in, running an operation at this scale definitely isn't cheap. Over the past few episodes, we've purchased a massive amount of equipment. Between our $1 million wash plant, our conveyor systems, heavy hauling equipment, mining equipment, and everything else we've added, lately we've managed to build up over $2.5 million worth of debt. Now, thankfully our new Hillside Cut seems to be producing some really promising results so far, but before we continue making more huge purchases, I'd really like to start getting some of that debt paid down. So later on in today's episode, we'll also be making some payments toward our loans and hopefully begin digging ourselves out of some of this debt before it starts getting too out of control. We've got a lot of work ahead of us today as we build our first permanent mining camp, continue expanding the Hillside Cut, keep our new wash plant running, and see just how much gold we can pull out of this new ground. If you're enjoying the Yukon Valley 16X gold mining series so far, make sure to like, drop a comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming up next. Well, we've now managed to get a pretty large area cleared out here across the road from the Hillside Cut. And honestly, this place is already starting to feel a lot more like a real mining operation rather than just a temporary setup in the middle of nowhere. I spent some time leveling out the ground and getting everything cleaned up, and we've now officially got our new gold processing room placed down along with 2 brand new smelters that should really help us improve our gold processing moving forward. Up until now, we've been hauling all of our concentrate back over to the old Lone Wolf Creek cut every time we wanted to process gold. And while that worked fine in the beginning, it was starting to become a pretty long trip now that most of our operation has shifted over here to the Hillside Cut. Having everything located right here next to the mine is going to save us a lot of time, and it should make the entire operation run much smoother. Plus, being able to turn all of our processed gold into bars should make things feel even more rewarding moving forward as we continue scaling up production. Now that the major buildings are in place, I'll spend a little bit of time moving over any equipment that we aren't actively using today and get everything parked over here in the new yard area. I'd really like to keep the actual mining area itself a little cleaner, because over at the Hillside Cut, things have been starting to get a little crowded between the wash plant, conveyors, excavator, rock truck, and all of the support equipment we've got sitting around. Once all of that equipment is moved over and parked, I'll hop into our Ford F-350 pickup truck and make my way back over to Lone Wolf Creek so we can finally bring over one of the last pieces needed to officially call this place home. My camper trailer is still sitting back at the original cut where this entire series started, and honestly, it's kind of crazy seeing how far we've come already. What started out as a tiny operation with small wash plants and basic equipment has now turned into a pretty serious mining setup with $1 million wash plant and a growing fleet of heavy equipment. So I'll get the camper hooked up behind the truck, haul it over here to the Hillside Cut, and get it parked in its new spot at our mining camp. Once all of that is taken care of, though, it'll finally be time to get back to what we came here for today, and that's pulling more gold-rich pay dirt out of the Hillside Cut. We're going to spend a good amount of time mining again today, and I actually want to push things a lot harder than we did in the last episode. Last time we built up a pretty decent stockpile beside the hopper feeder system before firing up Slucifer, but today I really want to see just how much material we can pile up over there. I've been running into a bit of an issue where the game eventually stops letting me dump pay dirt once I get too close to the hopper feeder system, but I want to experiment with that a little bit today and see if we can really push that limit. I may even test out a second dumping location beside the first pile, and if that works well, we might eventually start running 2 separate stockpiles, which could make feeding the wash plant much easier in future episodes. Once we build up a huge mountain of pay dirt, we'll spend the rest of the day firing up Slucifer and feeding all of that fresh material through the plant to see what kind of gold production we can pull out of this new ground. But before we fire up the wash plant, I also want to take care of some of the debt we talked about earlier, because even though this mine is finally starting to make us some really good money, it's also costing an absolute fortune to keep running. Let's get back to work and see just how much pay dirt we can pull out of the Hillside Cut today. Well, we've already managed to pull out a massive amount of pay dirt today, and honestly, we're starting to build some pretty serious stockpiles over here beside the wash plant. I've now got 2 large piles of pay dirt sitting here waiting to be processed, and I'd say this is by far the biggest amount of material we've had staged and ready to run through Slucifer at one time so far. I'll get these last few loads dumped off, and then we can finally start gearing up to fire the wash plant back up. But before we do that, I want to take a quick break from mining and take care of something that's becoming a pretty big part of running an operation at this size. As exciting as it is seeing all of this new equipment out here working every day, the reality is none of this stuff came cheap. Over the past few episodes, we've gone on a bit of a spending spree as we expanded this operation. Between the new Macon Industries SD-600 Slucifer wash plant, the hopper feeder system, our radial stacker conveyor, heavy hauling equipment, mining equipment, and everything else we've purchased recently, we've managed to build up over $2.6 million worth of debt. Now, luckily we aren't in any immediate trouble because all of these payments are spread out over the next couple years. But if I just let those payments sit there and slowly get paid off over time, we're going to end up paying a huge amount of extra money in interest. I spent some time looking over the numbers, and if I can start paying off some of these larger payments early, we can actually save ourselves well over $200,000 in interest costs alone over the life of these loans. Right now, we've got around $600,000 sitting in our bank account, and honestly, I've been debating what to do with it, because there's definitely a part of me that wants to keep stacking up equipment and continue making upgrades. But I think making another huge purchase right now would probably just dig us into an even bigger hole. So today I'm actually going to spend nearly every dollar we currently have and begin paying off some of this debt early. I've decided to completely pay off our Cat 395 excavator along with our radial stacker conveyor system, which should wipe out roughly $600,000 worth of debt immediately and bring us much closer to dropping below that $2 million mark. Now we'll still have a pretty long way to go after this, but honestly, after seeing the kind of gold production this new ground has been giving us so far, I'm feeling pretty confident that we can continue making these early payments and hopefully avoid a huge amount of interest costs moving forward. Once we get all of that taken care of, though, it'll finally be time to jump back into the fun part of today. We'll start firing up the hopper feeder system, get the radial stack conveyor moving again, and then bring Slucifer back to life so we can spend the rest of the day feeding all of this pay dirt through the plant. And honestly, I'm really excited to see how much concentrate we're able to pull out because we've mined a lot more material today than we did in the last episode. Then next episode, we'll really double down, continue expanding the Hillside Cut, mine even more pay dirt, and hopefully build toward an absolutely massive gold cleanup. Let's get back to work. Today ended up being another really productive day for our growing mining operation. We managed to get our brand new mining camp set up, and honestly, this place is already starting to feel much more like a permanent home for our operation. We cleared out a large area across the road, got our new processing room and smelters built, moved equipment over to the new yard area, and even officially moved our camper trailer over, which means for now the Hillside Cut is officially home. On top of all that, we also spent a huge amount of time back inside the cut pulling massive amounts of paid dirt out of the ground and building up some really impressive stockpiles besides Slucifer. We also managed to start making a dent in some of our debt payments today, which should save us a huge amount of money in interest costs moving forward and hopefully put us in a much better position before we continue making more equipment upgrades later on. To finish off the day, we fired Slucifer back up and started feeding all of that paid dirt through the wash plant once again. And honestly, we've already managed to run a huge amount of material through the system. Next episode, we're going to continue pushing things even further because before we actually shut down the plant and do a clean out, I want to double down and really test the limits of this operation. We'll finish feeding the remaining paid dirt we still have sitting in these stockpiles, and then instead of immediately doing a cleanup, we're going to jump right back into the CAT 395 excavator and continue mining even more material from the Hillside Cut. We'll build up even larger stockpiles of pay dirt, keep Slucifer running, and really see just how much material we can push through this plant before finally shutting everything down and doing what should hopefully be our biggest cleanup yet. Honestly, after seeing the results from the last episode, I'm really excited to see just how much gold we might be able to pull out of this new ground, because so far the Hillside Cut has been producing some incredible numbers. As always, thank you guys so much for watching. If you enjoyed today's episode, be sure to leave a like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss future episodes of gold mining from scratch. And I'll catch you guys in the next one. Welcome back to episode 12 of our gold mining from scratch series on the massive Yukon Valley 16X map. In today's episode, we're heading back over to our brand new Hillside Cut as we continue expanding our operation and putting our new $1 million wash plant to work once again. Over the past several episodes, we've made some absolutely massive changes to our mining operation here in the Yukon. What originally started out as a small operation over at Lone Wolf Creek with a couple small wash plants and handful of equipment has now grown into something much larger, and honestly, it feels like we've entered an entirely new stage of the series. A few episodes ago, we officially opened up our brand new cut, which we now call the Hillside Cut. We spent a huge amount of time moving overburden and stripping material with our Cat D7 dozer as we slowly worked our way through this massive hillside, searching for fresh pay dirt. After pushing thousands of yards of material out of the way, we finally managed to break through and expose a large layer of gold-rich pay dirt beneath the surface. Once we knew this new ground had some serious potential, we immediately shifted our focus towards scaling up the entire operation. We began building a massive wash plant pad and eventually made our way down to the dealership where we made one of the biggest purchases we've made so far in this series: our new Macon Industries SD-600 Slucifer wash plant. After purchasing the plant, we then took on the challenge of loading this massive machine onto our trailer and hauling it all the way across the Yukon before finally getting it dropped onto the new wash plant pad here at the Hillside Cut. Since then, we've spent a lot of time testing out this entire operation, and honestly, things have been going really well so far. We've already run thousands of yards of pay dirt through Slucifer, and we've begun seeing some pretty impressive gold numbers coming out of this new ground. Last episode, we continued growing the operation even more as we built our brand new mining camp across the road from the Hillside Cut. We set up a new processing room, brought in smelters, moved our camper trailer over, and finally started making this place feel more like a permanent mining operation instead of just a temporary setup. We also continued mining throughout the day and managed to build up some huge stockpiles of paid dirt besides Slucifer before feeding a massive amount of material into the plant. To kick things off today, though, we're actually going to be taking a look at a pretty major upgrade that I made off camera because recently I've seen several comments suggesting that we create a ramp system that would allow us to dump our Volvo rock truck directly into the hopper feeder system instead of constantly creating stockpiles and using our wheel loader to move all of the material into the feeder. Honestly, I really like that idea because I felt like our wheel loader was becoming an extra step in the process and slowing things down a bit. I struggled a little while building this because I couldn't quite terraform the area exactly how I originally wanted, but after a bit of experimenting, I think I've come up with a pretty good solution. I've now built a large dirt ramp that leads right up toward our hopper feeder system. I wasn't able to terraform close enough to the feeder itself, so I ended up placing a retaining wall behind the ramp to keep everything from collapsing into the feeder, and it should also allow us to get our Volvo rock truck much closer than before. If everything works out the way I'm hoping, we should now be able to back the truck right up to the feeder and dump material directly into it without needing to build huge stockpiles and load everything with the wheel loader afterward. If this works the way I'm hoping it will, this could honestly become one of the biggest efficiency upgrades we've made so far because we'll be eliminating an entire extra step from our mining process. Before we get started today, I need to clean up this area around the new ramp and get everything organized again now the construction is finished. I need to get our Cat D7 dozer moved back over to the mining camp along with a few other pieces of equipment that are currently sitting around the site. I'll also need to get our land surveyor moved back into the Hillside Cut and reconfigured so we can continue using it with our Cat 395 excavator while mining. I'm really excited to test out this new setup, but before we begin putting the new system to work, we still have one small pile of pay dirt left sitting beside the hopper feeder from the previous episode. So before we start feeding material directly from the rock truck, I'll jump into our Volvo wheel loader and clean up the remaining pile of pay dirt and get all of that dumped into the hopper feeder system so we can finish running the last bit of material through the wash plant. Once we've finished processing the remaining material, I'm going to shut everything down and finally perform a clean out because during the last episode, we did a huge amount of mining and never actually cleaned Slucifer out. I don't want to get too carried away today without seeing what we've managed to pull out of all of that material. So we'll open everything up and collect all of the gold concentrate currently sitting inside the wash plant. From there, I'll haul all of the concentrate across the road over to our brand new mining camp and deliver everything into our new gold processing room so it can begin processing while we continue mining throughout the day. Once all of that is finished, it'll finally be time to jump back into the Cat 395 excavator and continue pulling massive amounts of pay dirt from the Hillside Cut. I'll get our Volvo A60H rock truck positioned beside the excavator and we'll begin loading load after load of fresh material once again. This time, though, instead of hauling everything over and building giant stockpiles beside the hopper feeder, we're going to put this new ramp system to the test. I'll dump a couple truckloads directly into the hopper feeder before firing up the hopper itself, getting the radial stack conveyor moving, and finally bringing Slucifer back online. If everything works correctly, we should be able to keep feeding material directly into the system while continuously mining and hauling at the same time. Honestly, I'm expecting this to be a huge upgrade for our operation, and if it works the way, I'm hoping we should save an incredible amount of time, which could potentially lead to our biggest gold cleanup yet. Let's fire up the equipment and get to work and see just how much gold we can pull out of the Hillside Cut today. If you're enjoying the Yukon Valley 16X gold mining series so far, make sure to like, drop a comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming up next. Well, we've now managed to run the last of the pay dirt that we had sitting beside the hopper feeder from the previous episode, and honestly, I'm really glad I decided to stop and do a clean out before getting too carried away with today's mining operation, because Slucifer was absolutely packed with material. Once the last of the pay dirt had finished running through the wash plant, I shut everything down and opened up the clean out on Slucifer, and I honestly wasn't expecting to see quite that much concentrate sitting inside there. After all of the mining we did in the last episode and all of the material we pushed through the plant, the clean out was nearly completely full. I got everything emptied out, and by the time I was finished, we had nearly 12 full buckets of gold concentrate sitting here, and that officially makes this our biggest concentrate cleanup yet with Slucifer, which is honestly pretty exciting because we've only just started mining this new ground and we're already seeing some really impressive numbers. At this point, I loaded all of those buckets into the bed of our Ford F-350 and made the short trip right across the road over to our brand new mining camp, where I delivered everything over to our new gold processing room. All of that concentrate is now being processed, and while we continue mining throughout the day, our processing room will continue doing its job in the background and slowly begin turning all of that concentrate into jars of gold while we continue producing even more concentrate. Honestly, I think moving forward, I'm probably going to start cleaning out Slucifer a bit more often, because the sooner we get all of that concentrate moved over and into the processing room, the sooner we can actually begin producing gold from it, instead of having it sitting inside the plant waiting for us to clean it out. And we're actually adding another step to our gold production process starting today as well, because now that we've got our new smelter set up at the mining camp, once our processing room starts producing jars of gold, we'll be able to take things one step further. Instead of simply collecting jars of gold and selling them off right away, we can now haul those jars over to the smelters where they'll melt everything down and turn it into solid gold bars. Not only is it going to look pretty cool seeing stacks of gold bars start piling up, but it should also make storing larger amounts of gold much easier moving forward. But for now, let's get back to mining, because I'm really excited to test out this brand new ramp system and see if all of the work building it actually pays off. The whole goal here is to eliminate that extra loading step and allow us to dump material directly into the hopper feeder system using our Volvo A60H rock truck, instead of building giant stockpiles and loading everything back up with our wheel loader afterward. If this works the way, I'm hoping it should speed up this entire operation quite a bit and potentially allow us to run a lot more material through Slucifer every single day. We'll check back in on the gold processing operation here shortly, and if things continue going the way they have so far, we should also be bringing over a whole lot more concentrate later in the episode as well. Let's get back to work. We've now managed to dump quite a few loads of pay dirt directly into our hopper feeder system using the Volvo rock truck, and honestly, this new setup seems to be working out incredibly well so far. Everything has been running smoothly, and we're definitely saving a huge amount of time compared to the old system. Before, every single load of pay dirt we hauled over here had to be dumped into a stockpile beside the hopper feeder, and then we'd have to jump into our little loader and scoop all of that material back up bucket by bucket and feed it into the plant. Now with this new ramp setup, we're completely skipping that extra step, and it's already making a massive difference. Each load we dump with a Volvo rock truck is equal to roughly 4 or 5 wool loader buckets, which really starts adding up over time. When you're moving this much material all day long, eliminating all of those extra trips with a loader is going to save us a ton of time, and it should allow us to keep Slucifer fed much more consistently throughout the day. Honestly, I think this might end up being one of the best upgrades we've made to the Hillside Cut so far, because we're now spending less time moving material around and more time actually washing pay dirt and producing gold. Now, after checking back in on Slucifer once again, it looks like we've already started building up another pretty large amount of gold concentrate inside the cleanout, and honestly, that's a really good sign because it means we've already pushed a lot of material through the plant again in a fairly short amount of time. We'll definitely need to keep an eye on that because I don't want to let the concentrate build up too much before getting it hauled over and processed. And speaking of processing, it's probably just about time we head back over to our mining camp and check in our new gold processing room, because at the beginning of today's episode, we brought over nearly 12 full buckets of concentrate, and by now, we should hopefully have a pretty good amount of gold jars already being produced. Earlier, I mentioned wanting to take our processing a step further, and today, we're finally going to begin doing exactly that. Instead of stopping at jars full of gold, we're now going to start using our brand new smelters and begin turning all of that gold into actual gold bars. To do that, I'll simply take all of our gold jars and dump them into the smelters, and over time, they'll slowly melt everything down and convert it into solid gold bars while we continue working back in the mine. Honestly, I'm pretty excited to see stacks of gold bars slowly starting to build up around our mining camp, because it's going to be really satisfying seeing the final product after all of the digging, hauling, and processing that goes into producing it. Once we get everything loaded into the smelters, we'll jump right back into the mining operation and continue feeding Slucifer, so we can keep producing even more concentrate and hopefully keep pushing toward another massive gold cleanup. Let's get back to work. At this point, I think we should have a pretty large amount of gold concentrate built up inside of Slucifer once again, and I'm also guessing our gold processing room has probably finished processing most, if not all, of the concentrate that we brought over at the beginning of today's episode. So I'll get this final load of paved dirt dumped into the hopper feeder, and then we're going to temporarily shut everything down for a few minutes, so we can check in on the rest of our operation. I'll start by opening up the clean out on Slucifer once again and seeing just how much concentrate we've managed to produce already, because honestly, with how smoothly things have been running and how much material we've been feeding through the plant today, I wouldn't be surprised if we've already got another huge cleanup waiting on us. Once I get everything cleaned out, I'll load all of that fresh concentrate into the bed of our Ford F-350 and make the short trip across the road over to our mining camp, so we can get everything delivered over to our gold processing room and keep our production line moving. While we're over there, we'll also check in on our new smelters, because by now they've had quite a bit of time to work, and hopefully we've officially produced our first gold bars. Honestly, I'm pretty excited to see those starting to pile up, because after all of the digging, hauling, washing, and processing we do throughout the day, actually seeing solid gold bars sitting there feels like finally getting to see the finished product of all of our hard work. I'll also take any new jars of gold that have finished processing and dump them into the smelters as well, so they can continue melting everything down while we jump back into mining. Everything honestly seems to be running really smoothly today, and this new ramp setup appears to be working even better than I expected. We're moving material faster, keeping Slucifer fed much more consistently, and producing concentrate at a much quicker rate than before. And if things keep going at this pace, I honestly have a feeling we could be on track for our biggest gold payday we've ever had by the time we finish everything up and sell it off at the end of today's episode. Let's get back to work. I think this is probably going to be our final load of pay dirt for the day, and honestly, we've managed to push a huge amount of material through Slucifer today. This new ramp system has worked even better than I expected, and I think it's safe to say it's already become one of the best upgrades we've made to this mining operation. I'll get this final load backed up and dumped into the hopper feeder system, and then we'll let the last of this material work its way through the feeder, up the conveyor system, and finally through Slucifer one last time for today. Once the final bit of paved dirt has been washed through the plant, I'll start shutting everything down for the day. I'll turn off the hopper feeder, shut down the radial stack conveyor, and finally power down Slucifer before opening up the clean out one last time. See just how much concentrate we've managed to produce from today's mining operation. After getting everything cleaned out, I'll load all of the concentrate into the bed of our Ford F-350 and make one final trip over to our gold processing room so we can keep the entire process moving. At this point, we should have a pretty nice collection of both gold jars and gold bars waiting for us over at the mining camp. We probably won't have enough time for every last gold jar to finish making its way through the smelters and turn to bars. But honestly, that's perfectly fine, because even the gold jars themselves are still worth a huge amount of money when it comes time to sell them. Once we get this final load of concentrate delivered over to the processing room, I'll jump back into our Ford F-350 and make the drive back over to the old Lone Wolf Creek cut, because there's still one last thing I'd like to take care of before we wrap up the day. Back over at Lone Wolf Creek, we've still got our gooseneck trailer sitting there, and I like to get that hooked up behind the truck so we can use it to haul all of our gold into town. While we're over there, I'll also take care of one final piece of equipment that has been sitting around for quite a while now, and that's our old Cat 908 wool loader. Ever since we upgraded our mining operation, that old loader really hasn't had much use anymore, and honestly, it's just been sitting around collecting dust. So I think it's finally time to send it off and put a little extra money back into our pockets. I'll get the Cat 908 loaded onto the trailer and haul it over to the local dealership so we can officially sell it off, and then we'll make our way back over to the Hillside Cut one final time. Once we get back, we'll begin loading up every gold bar and gold jar we've managed to produce today, and then we'll finally head into town and see just how much money we've managed to make from what could potentially be our biggest gold day yet. What a day this ended up being for our mining operation. We spent the day putting our new ramp system to the test, and honestly, I think it's safe to say this upgrade worked out even better than I expected. We managed to keep Slucifer fed almost non-stop throughout the day, and by dumping directly into the hopper feeder system with our Volvo rock truck, we saved a massive amount of time and pushed an incredible amount of pay dirt through the wash plant. On top of all, that we also continued expanding our gold processing operation by using our new processing room and smelters, and honestly seeing actual gold bars beginning to pile up over at our mining camp was really satisfying after all of the work we've put into building this operation. To finish off the day, we loaded up every bit of gold that we managed to produce and headed into town to cash in on what has officially become our biggest gold cleanup ever. By the end of today's episode, we managed to sell off 15 gold jars and 13 gold bars, which brought us in almost exactly $1 million. And that is by far the biggest payday we've ever had in this entire series. We started this series with a small operation over at Lone Wolf Creek, and now we're standing here with $1 million wash plant, a full mining camp, a growing fleet of equipment, and we're now bringing in nearly $1 million in a single day of mining. As always, thank you guys so much for watching. If you enjoyed today's episode, be sure to leave a like, comment, and subscribe so you don't miss future episodes of Gold Mining for Scratch. And I'll catch you guys in the next one. Welcome back to episode 13 of our Gold Mining from Scratch series on the Yukon Valley 16 X map. In today's episode, we're back over at our brand new Hillside Cut as we continue expanding our mining operation and searching for new ways to increase our gold production. Over the past several episodes, we've made some absolutely massive upgrades to our mining operation here in the Yukon Valley. Not too long ago, we were still mining out of the original Lone Wolf Creek cut with a fairly small operation, but since then things have changed in a huge way. We recently opened up this brand new Hillside Cut after spending countless hours pushing massive amounts of overburden out of the way with our Cat D7 dozer. Once we finally reached the pay dirt layer, it quickly became clear that this area had the potential to become the largest and most productive cut we've ever mined. After opening up the new cut, we then made the biggest investment of the entire series so far when we purchased the massive $1 million Macon Industries SD-600 Slucifer wash plant. Getting this plant into operation was a huge project all on its own. We purchased all of the equipment needed to transport it across the Yukon, hauled it to the Hillside Cut ourselves, and then carefully positioned it on the wash plant pad we had prepared ahead of time with the Cat D7 dozer. Once Slucifer was finally in place, we weren't done there. We followed that up by bringing in a hopper feeder system and a radial stacker conveyor, which now work together to feed pay dirt directly into the wash plant and allow us to process material faster than ever before. Since bringing Slucifer online, we've been putting it to work almost non-stop, and the results have been incredible. We've already earned over $1,350,000 from this new cut alone, and every episode it feels like we're finding new ways to make the operation more efficient and pull even more gold out of the ground. Last episode, we made another huge breakthrough. Throughout the entire series, we've relied on building large stockpiles of pay dirt beside our wash plants, and then using a wheel loader to slowly scoop bucket after bucket into the hopper feeder. It worked, but it also required a lot of extra time and equipment. To solve that problem, I built a brand new ramp leading directly up to the hopper feeder system. That ramp now allows us to back our Volvo L260 rock truck directly up to the feeder and dump entire truckloads of pay dirt straight into the system. By eliminating the wheel loader from the process, we've dramatically increased how quickly we're able to feed material into Slucifer, and that has already had a noticeable impact on our gold production. To kick things off today, we're going to attempt what may be the biggest upgrade to our mining operation yet. Now that we've solved the problem of feeding pay dirt into the wash plant, I've started looking at the next bottleneck in our operation. At the moment, we're still relying on a single Volvo L260 rock truck. Every load of pay dirt requires me to stop excavating, jump into the truck, drive over to the wash plant, unload the material, and then return to the cut before I can continue mining. While the new ramp has made unloading much faster, we're still spending a lot of time transporting material instead of actually digging pay dirt. So today I'd like to completely change how this mine operates. My plan is to begin utilizing auto drive and hired workers to automate our haul truck fleet. The goal is to have multiple rock trucks continuously cycling between the Hillside Cut and the wash plant while I remain inside of the Cat 395 excavator loading trucks as quickly as possible. If we can get this working properly, it has the potential to completely transform this mining operation. Before we can do that, though, we're going to need to make some changes around the mine site. Using our Cat D7 dozer, I'll begin clearing a brand new access road leading into the cut. I'll need to remove several trees, level some uneven ground, and move a few dirt piles out of the way so we have enough room to safely route multiple haul trucks around the mine. The reason for this new road is actually pretty important. I want loaded trucks and empty trucks using separate paths whenever possible so they aren't constantly crossing paths and causing traffic jams. My plan is to create an auto drive route that brings empty trucks down into the cut where they'll pull up beside the Cat 395 excavator to be loaded. Once loaded, they'll drive up to the hopper feeder ramp, back into position, and unload their pay dirt directly into the system. After unloading, they'll leave the area using the new access road before returning to the excavator for another load. This is actually something I've wanted to attempt for quite a while, but it simply wasn't possible before we built the ramp. Auto drive workers require an actual unload trigger to dump material, and they won't just dump material onto the ground. Now that we can unload directly into the hopper feeder system, for the first time ever it should actually be possible to automate our haul truck operation. Now I haven't done a lot of testing with this setup, so today's episode will involve quite a bit of trial and error. We'll probably run into some traffic issues, some timing problems, and maybe even a few situations where trucks get stuck. But if we can get everything dialed in properly, I think this could easily double or even triple the amount of gold we're producing every day. To start things off, I'll use our existing Volvo L260 to create all of the new auto drive routes around the mine, and then we'll run a series of test laps to make sure everything is functioning correctly. Once I'm confident the routes are working the way I want them to, I'll make my way down to the dealership where we'll make another major investment into the operation. If all goes according to plan, we'll be purchasing 2 additional Volvo L260 rock trucks and bringing them back to the Hillside Cut. That will give us a total of 3 haul trucks running between the excavator and the wash plant, all controlled by auto drive workers. Adding 2 more trucks will definitely introduce a few new challenges. We'll need to make sure the trucks wait their turn at the hopper feeder, give each other enough room to maneuver around the ramp, and don't interfere with one another while traveling around the mine site. But if we can get everything working smoothly, I think we're going to see a massive increase in production. This could very well be the upgrade that takes our operation from a successful gold mine to a true mega mining operation. Let's get to work and see if we can successfully automate our rock truck fleet and find out just how much gold we can pull out of the Hillside Cut today. If you're enjoying the Yukon Valley 16X gold mining series so far, make sure to like, drop a comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming up next. Well, I think that should just about do it for preparing our new access road. We've now successfully opened up a second entrance into the Hillside Cut, moved all of the dirt piles out of the way, and cleaned up the area, so there should be plenty of room for multiple haul trucks to move around the mine without getting in each other's way. The new road is already looking much better than I expected, and hopefully it's going to make a huge difference once we start bringing additional rock trucks into the operation later on in today's episode. The entire goal here is to create a smooth traffic flow around the mine so that loaded trucks and empty trucks can keep moving without constantly crossing paths or creating bottlenecks. First, I'll get the Cat D7 dozer fired up and move back across the road to our mining camp, where it'll be parked until we need it for our next expansion project. The dozer has done its job for now, and honestly, without it, this new road never would have been possible. Once the D7 is parked away, I'll hop into our Volvo L260 wheel loader and to get it moved out of the cut as well. But before I put the loader away, I'd like to spend a few minutes cleaning up around the wash plant, because we're starting to build up some fairly large piles of tailings. The fine tailings especially are beginning to pile up pretty close to the sluice boxes, and I definitely don't want those piles growing any larger before we start processing more pay dirt today. So I'll use the loader to push both the fine and coarse tailings farther away from the plant and get everything cleaned up, so we've got plenty of room to continue operating Slucifer throughout the rest of the episode. Once the wash plant area is cleaned up and the loader is parked away, it'll finally be time to start working on the part of today's upgrade that I've been looking forward to the most. I'll hop into our Volvo A60H rock truck and get it moved off the ramp so we can begin setting up our auto drive routes. The first thing I'll do is place down a pre-made auto drive reverse course, which will allow our haul trucks to consistently back up to the hopper feeder and unload their pay dirt. Getting the reversing section right is probably going to be one of the most important parts of this entire setup, because every truck that enters the system is going to rely on this route to successfully unload into the hopper feeder. Once that reversing course is in place, I'll fire up the rock truck and begin manually creating the rest of the route. We'll start down inside of the Hillside Cut, where the trucks will eventually be loaded by our Cat 395 excavator. From there, I'll drive the route out of the cut, up toward the wash plant, around the new traffic pattern we've created, and then connect everything into the reversing course so the trucks can back into position and unload. After unloading, they'll continue onto the new access road we built earlier and loop right back into the cut, where they'll return to the excavator for another load of pay dirt. If everything works the way I'm hoping, the entire route should create one continuous loop that allows trucks to keep moving around the mine with very little downtime. Once all of the routes are connected together, we'll finally be ready for our first test run. I'll get our single Volvo A60H configured with auto drive and hand it over to a hired worker. From there, I'll jump into the Cat 395 excavator and get the truck loaded with its first load of pay dirt, so we can see exactly how well this new system performs. Well, I'd say that first test run was a success. I'll admit I'm not exactly blown away by our hired worker's reversing skills, but at the end of the day, he managed to get the truck backed up to the hopper feeder and unload every bit of that paid dirt into the system, and that's really all that matters. There are definitely a few things I might want to improve moving forward. The truck is getting a little closer to the edge of the ramp than I'd like, and I may eventually come back in with the Cat D7 dozer and widen the ramp a bit just to give the workers a little more room to work with. But for a first test run, I honestly couldn't have asked for much more than that. The biggest thing is that the concept actually works. We've now proven that auto drive can successfully haul the paid dirt out of the cut, back up to the hopper feeder, unload into the system, and then continue on its route without any major issues. That's something I've been wanting to test for quite a while, and now that we've confirmed it works, it's time to take this operation to the next level. Up until now, we've only been testing everything with a single Volvo A60 HROC truck, but that was never the end goal. The entire reason for building this new access road and creating all of these routes was so we could eventually run multiple haul trucks at the same time. So now it's finally time for the real upgrade. Let's hop into the Ford F350 and make the trip across the Yukon to the local dealership, because we're about to make another major investment into our mining operation. If everything goes according to plan today, we'll be purchasing 2 more brand new Volvo A60 HROC trucks, which will bring our haul truck fleet up to a total of 3 trucks. These trucks have already proven themselves to be incredibly valuable around the mine. They're able to carry huge amounts of pay dirt, and now that we have a system capable of running them automatically, I think adding 2 more trucks could completely change the production capacity of this mine. Once we arrive at the dealership, I'll get both trucks purchased, and then I'll use the pickup truck to create a brand new auto drive route all the way from the dealership back to the Hillside Cut. After that, I'll hand both trucks over to hired workers and let them make the long drive back across the Yukon on their own. By the time all 3 trucks are sitting here at the mine, we'll have everything we need to really put this new system to the test. Once the new trucks arrive, I'll get them configured onto our haul route and set them up to follow the same loading and unloading cycle as our original truck. At that point, we'll have 3 60-ton rock trucks continuously moving between the Cat 395 excavator and the hopper feeder system, while I focus entirely on digging pay dirt. And honestly, this is the part of today's upgrade that I'm most excited about, because if everything works the way I'm hoping it will, we should be able to keep Slucifer fed with pay dirt almost constantly. The more time our excavator spends digging and the less time we spend driving trucks around ourselves, the more gold we're going to produce. So once all 3 trucks are up and running, we'll fire up the hopper feeder system, the radial stacker conveyor, and finally Slucifer itself. And we'll see if this new automated haul truck fleet can keep up with the demands of our growing gold mine. Let's get these new trucks purchased and see if we can turn this operation into a true mega mine. It looks like we're finally running into one of the issues that I was kind of expecting to see once we added multiple rock trucks in the system. Overall, everything is working pretty well. The trucks are loading, hauling, and unloading exactly the way I had hoped, but we're starting to run into a bit of a traffic problem around the hopper feeder ramp. Right now, the biggest issue is that our rock trucks aren't leaving enough space between one another. As soon as one truck starts unloading, the next truck is already trying to enter the ramp area and begin backing up before the first truck has completely finished unloading and exited the area. With only one truck running, this wasn't a problem at all, but now that we've got 3 60-ton haul trucks all sharing the same unloading point, traffic management is becoming a lot more important. Thankfully, I think this is a pretty easy fix. I'm going to jump into the auto drive settings and start adjusting the weight distance for our trucks. The goal here is to create enough spacing between each truck so they remain productive while also giving the truck that's currently unloading enough time to completely clear the ramp before the next truck starts making its move. At the moment, I've got the weight distance set to around 80 meters, and I'm hoping that might be enough to solve the problem. If the trucks still seem to be getting too close together, I'll continue increasing that distance until we find a sweet spot where everything flows smoothly. Honestly, this is exactly why I wanted to spend some time testing the system before fully committing to it. Whenever you introduce multiple vehicles onto the same auto drive route, there's always going to be a bit of fine-tuning required before everything starts working perfectly. If 80 meters doesn't quite do the trick, I'll bump it up to 100 meters and we'll run a few more cycles to see how the trucks behave. I'd rather have the trucks waiting an extra few seconds than have them constantly getting in each other's way and creating traffic jams around the hopper feeder. Once we get these settings dialed in, I think we're going to have a really efficient system on our hands. The trucks are already doing a great job hauling pay dirt back and forth, and if we can solve this spacing issue, we should be able to keep Slucifer supplied with pay dirt almost continuously throughout the day. Let's make a few adjustments and see if we can get this haul truck fleet running even smoother. Well, it looks like we finally found the sweet spot. After increasing the weight distance to 100 meters, everything seems to be running exactly the way I had hoped. All 3 of our Volvo A60H rock trucks are now cycling smoothly between the Hillside Cut and the hopper feeder system. And for the first time today, it really feels like this automated haul truck system is working the way it was designed to. The trucks are giving each other plenty of room around the ramp. Nobody is getting stuck, and most importantly, we're keeping a steady flow of pay dirt moving towards Slucifer. Honestly, it's pretty impressive watching all 3 of these 60-ton haul trucks continuously making laps around the mine while I stay focused on loading them with the Cat 395 excavator. This is exactly what I was hoping to achieve when we started working on this upgrade. Instead of constantly jumping back and forth between the excavator and a haul truck, I'm now able to spend almost all of my time digging pay dirt and keeping the trucks loaded. That means we're moving a lot more material than we ever have before, and we're really starting to see the benefits of automating parts of this operation. At this point, we've already hauled a huge amount of pay dirt out of the Hillside Cut and fed it through Slucifer, and honestly, I think this might be one of the most productive mining days we've had since starting the series. Now that everything is running smoothly though, let's take a break from the excavation side of things and go check in on the wash plant. I'll hop into the pickup truck and make my way over to Slucifer, because after all of the material we've been feeding through the plant today, I'm expecting we've got a pretty healthy amount of gold concentrate building up inside of the sluice boxes. From what I can already see, we've definitely got quite a bit of concentrate accumulating, but before we shut everything down and do a clean out, I'd like to push things just a little bit further. The trucks are finally working the way they're supposed to, and I'd like to take full advantage of that while everything is running smoothly. So we'll head back over to the Cat 395 excavator and spend a little more time loading trucks and feeding even more pay dirt through the plant. Once we build up a bit more concentrate inside of the sluice boxes, I'll finally shut everything down and open up the clean out on Slucifer. At that point, we'll pull all of the gold concentrate out of the wash plant, load the buckets into the back of the Ford F-350, and then make the short trip across the road to our new gold cleaning room. Once the concentrate arrives there, we'll get everything processing right away so we can start producing even more jars of gold while we continue mining throughout the rest of the day. Let's get a few more truckloads washed through the plant, and then we'll see just how much gold concentrate we've managed to produce with our brand new mining system. Today's episode ended up being a huge success, and honestly, I think we've completely changed the future of our mining operation. We started the day by building a brand new access road into the cut and creating an entirely new auto drive network for our haul trucks. After a bit of testing, some trial and error, and a few adjustments to the settings, we managed to get everything working exactly the way I had hoped. We then made another major investment into the mine by purchasing 2 additional Volvo A60H rock trucks, bringing our haul truck fleet up to a total of 3 trucks. At first, we ran into a few traffic issues around the hopper feeder ramp, but after increasing the wait distance and doing some fine-tuning, we finally found the sweet spot, and from that point on, everything started running incredibly smoothly. By the end of today's episode, all 3 of our rock trucks were continuously cycling between the Hillside Cut and the wash plant, hauling load after load of pay dirt, while I stayed in the Cat 395 excavator, keeping the trucks loaded. This is exactly what I was hoping to achieve with this upgrade, and honestly, the increase in production has been pretty impressive already. We finished off the day by cleaning out Slucifer for the 2nd time, and once again we pulled out a huge amount of gold concentrate. All of that concentrate has now been loaded into the back of the Ford F-350 and delivered across the road to our gold cleaning room, where it'll continue processing into gold while we keep mining. At this point, everything seems to be running better than ever. We're mining more paid dirt, feeding more material through Slucifer, and producing more gold than we have at any point throughout the series so far. In fact, after seeing how well this system is working, I'm actually starting to wonder if we could push things even further. Right now, our 3 haul trucks are doing a fantastic job, but there are still moments where the excavator is waiting for a truck to return before I can continue loading. I'm starting to think we could potentially add 1 or maybe even 2 more Volvo A60H rock trucks to the operation, so that there's always a truck sitting beside the excavator ready to be loaded with pay dirt. I'm definitely interested to hear what you guys think about that idea, so let me know down in the comments. Do you think we should expand the haul truck fleet even further, or should we stick with the 3 trucks we've got now? As always, thank you guys so much for watching and supporting the series. If you enjoyed today's episode, be sure to leave a like, comment, and subscribe. It really helps out the channel and lets me know you're enjoying the Gold Mining from Scratch series. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next episode as we continue expanding our operation and chasing even more gold here in the Yukon Valley. Welcome back to episode 14 of our Gold Mining from Scratch series on the Yukon Valley 16X map. In today's episode, we're back at the Hillside Cut, and we're attempting what could be one of the biggest upgrades we've made to our mining operation so far. Over the past several episodes, we've transformed this area from a simple excavation site into a rapidly growing gold mining operation. After opening up the Hillside Cut with our Cat D7 dozer, we invested heavily into the mine and brought in our massive $1 million Macon Industries SD-600 Slucifer wash plant. Along with the wash plant, we also added a radial stacker conveyor and hopper feeder system, which completely changed the way we process pay dirt and produce gold. Since bringing Slucifer online, we've already managed to mine and process huge amounts of material from the Hillside Cut, and the upgrades just keep coming. Every change we've made has been focused on one goal: increasing the amount of paid dirt we can move through the wash plant every single day. Last episode was a huge step forward for the mine as we introduced our first fully automated hauling system. Using auto drive, we created routes that allowed our Volvo A60H rock trucks to drive themselves from the excavator to the hopper feeder system and back again. We also built a loading ramp that allowed the trucks to back directly up to the feeder and dump pay dirt straight into it. That upgrade completely eliminated the need to stockpile pay dirt beside the feeder and then reload it bucket by bucket with our Volvo L260 wheel loader. Removing that extra step saved a tremendous amount of time and allowed us to dramatically increase the amount of material flowing through the wash plant. The results were immediate. We were able to feed Slucifer much more consistently. Our excavator spent more time digging pay dirt and less time waiting on equipment, and overall the entire operation became far more productive. But after reading through the comments on the last episode, many of you pointed out that there may be an even better solution. A lot of you suggested building a drive-over ramp that would allow our rock trucks to drive completely over top of the hopper feeder system. Instead of backing up a ramp and reversing into position, the trucks would simply drive up one side, unload directly into the feeder, and continue down the opposite side before looping back into the cut. Not only would it eliminate the reversing process entirely, but it should also make our auto drive workers much more efficient. With multiple trucks running around the mine, reducing the amount of time spent maneuvering and backing up could have a huge impact on overall production. To kick things off, we'll be heading over to the Hillside Cut and beginning construction on our new drive-over ramp system. I've actually spent quite a bit of time testing different ideas off camera, and I'll be honest, most of them didn't work very well. The biggest challenge has been finding a way to get enough clearance over the hopper feeder while still creating a smooth path that our rock trucks can reliably drive across. After quite a bit of experimenting though, I think I've finally found a solution. I recently came across a pack of modded bridges, and one of them looks like it might be absolutely perfect for this project. The first thing we'll need to do is remove the concrete barriers and begin modifying our existing ramp. I'll need to raise the current ramp significantly higher so we can completely clear the hopper feeder system. Once that's done, I'll move around to the opposite side and start building up another approach ramp, so both sides are sitting at roughly the same elevation. After the groundwork is complete, we'll place the bridge itself over top of the hopper feeder. The bridge is built from heavy logs and should be strong enough to support our loaded Volvo A60H rock trucks while still leaving enough space between the logs for the paid dirt to fall directly into the feeder below. Once the bridge is installed, the rail work begins. I'll need to spend quite a bit of time reshaping the terrain around both sides of the bridge. My goal is to make the approach as smooth as possible because the last thing I want is for our rock trucks to bottom out or get hung up every time they try to cross the bridge. I'll also need to pay close attention to how much room we have around the hopper feeder itself. The feeder has a surprisingly large collision area around it, and if I terraform too close to it, things can start behaving pretty strangely. So I'll probably have to take things slow and make a lot of small adjustments until everything is working properly. Once the bridge and ramps are completely finished, it'll be time to start rebuilding our auto drive system. Last episode, we spent a lot of time creating reversing routes that allowed our rock trucks to back up the ramp and unload into the hopper feeder. Since we're completely changing the way the trucks unload today, all of those routes will need to be removed and replaced. I'll start by deleting the old reversing courses, and then we'll create an entirely new route that takes the trucks from the excavator up onto the bridge, over top of the hopper feeder, and back out of the unloading area without ever needing to stop and reverse. If everything works the way I expect it to, this should make the unloading process much smoother and much faster. Once the new routes are created, we'll begin running some test loads with a single rock truck. I don't want to immediately throw all 3 trucks onto the new route, because if something isn't working correctly, it's going to be much easier to troubleshoot with just one truck running the course. I'll hop into the Cat 395 excavator and start loading the truck with pay dirt, and then we'll sit back and watch to see how the worker handles the new route. I'm especially interested in seeing how the truck approaches the bridge and whether or not it stops in the correct location to unload directly into the hopper feeder. If the first test run goes well, we'll start increasing production and bring our other trucks back into the rotation. At that point, we should have all 3 Volvo A60H rock trucks cycling continuously between the excavator and the wash plant while Slucifer processes material as fast as we can feed it. One thing I'm really curious about is whether this new setup will allow us to add even more trucks in the future. Right now, 3 trucks seem to be working pretty well, but I still find myself waiting on empty trucks from time to time while I'm sitting in the excavator. If this new bridge system speeds up unloading enough, we may actually be able to support 4 or even 5 trucks running around a mine site. That will be a massive increase in production compared to where we started this series. Just a few episodes ago, I was doing everything myself, loading trucks, hauling pay dirt, feeding the wash plant, and processing gold. Now we're starting to reach a point where multiple workers are handling the hauling operation while I focus almost entirely on digging pay dirt and expanding the mine. Of course, the real test will be seeing how much gold we can actually produce with this new setup. If everything works the way I'm hoping it will, we should be able to push significantly more pay dirt through Slucifer than ever before. That should result in much larger cleanouts and much bigger gold payouts. We've got a lot of work ahead of us today, but if all goes according to plan, we could end up with the most efficient mining operation we've ever had here in the Yukon Valley. Let's get to work and see if we can make this new drive-over hopper system a success. If you're enjoying the Yukon Valley 16X Gold Mining Series so far, make sure to like, drop a comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming up next. Well, everything was going pretty smoothly for a while there, but we finally ran into our first major issue with the new bridge system. The good news is that the bridge itself actually worked exactly the way I hoped it would. The trucks were able to drive up onto the bridge, line themselves up over the hopper feeder, and everything looked like it was going to work perfectly. The bad news was that our auto drive workers absolutely refused to drive all the way across it. At first, I thought it might have been an issue with the route itself, so I spent a bit of time off-camera testing different path layouts and adjusting some of the auto drive settings. But no matter what I tried, the trucks would always stop in almost the exact same spot. After a bit more investigating, I finally figured out what was causing the problem. It turns out the hopper feeder system has an absolutely massive collision box around it. Even though the bridge looked like it was clearing the feeder just fine, the collision area was actually extending much higher than I expected. As the trucks approached the center of the bridge, they would detect that collision and stop because auto drive thought they were about to run into an obstacle. Once I realized what was happening, the solution became pretty obvious. I needed even more clearance. So I brought the terrain tools back out and spent some more time rebuilding the ramps. I've now raised the entire bridge significantly higher than it was before, and after making those changes, our workers are finally able to clear the collision box completely. The difference was immediate. As soon as I finished raising the bridge, the trucks were able to drive straight across, reach the unload trigger, and successfully dump their pay dirt directly into the hopper feeder system. That's exactly what I was hoping to see, and it looks like all of the extra work was definitely worth it. Honestly, this is exactly why I expected today's project to involve a bit of trial and error. Anytime you're trying to build something around a production building or piece of equipment like this, there always seems to be some hidden collision or unexpected issue that pops up. Thankfully, we managed to figure it out before spending too much time chasing other problems. Now that everything finally appears to be working the way it should, I think it's time to stop playing engineer and start playing miner again. I'm going to get all three of our Volvo A60H rock trucks configured on the new auto drive routes, and then we'll head back down into the Hillside Cut. Once the trucks are running their new routes, I'll hop into the Cat 395 excavator and start loading them up with pay dirt so we can really put this new system to the test. The biggest thing I'll be watching for is how efficiently the trucks move through the unloading process. The entire goal of this project was to eliminate the reversing and maneuvering that our workers had to do on the old ramp. In theory, the trucks should now be able to unload much faster and keep the hopper feeder supplied with a much more consistent flow of pay dirt. If everything works the way I'm hoping it will, we should be able to spend a lot more time digging pay dirt and a lot less time waiting on trucks. And ultimately, that means more material going through Slucifer, more gold concentrate being produced, and hopefully some much bigger cleanouts later on. For now, though, let's get these trucks loaded up and see how this new drive-over bridge performs under a full workload. The new drive-over ramp system actually seems to be working pretty well now, and for the most part, our rock trucks are moving through the unloading process exactly the way I hoped they would. They're able to drive up onto the bridge, unload directly into the hopper feeder, and continue on their way without having to stop and reverse. So from what I can tell, the ramp itself is no longer our biggest concern. Unfortunately, it looks like we've run into another issue, and this time the problem appears to be coming from the hopper feeder system itself. At first, everything seems to work normally when I fire the system up. The hopper feeder starts feeding material onto the belt. The radial stacker conveyor begins carrying the paid dirt over to Slucifer, and everything looks perfectly fine. But after running for a while, something strange starts happening. The belt continues spinning like normal, but the pay dirt stops moving off the conveyor and never makes it over to the radial stacker. The result is that material begins piling up on the belt, and eventually the entire system basically grinds to a halt, even though all of the equipment still appears to be running. I've spent a little bit of time trying to troubleshoot the problem myself, but so far I haven't had much luck figuring out exactly what's causing it. It could be a mechanical issue, it could be some sort of software problem with the feeder controls, or it could simply be that we're now feeding material into the system much faster than it was originally designed to handle. Whatever the cause is, it's definitely something we're going to have to investigate further, because there's not much point in speeding up our mining operation if the feeder system can't keep up with the amount of pay dirt we're delivering to it. This one might actually be a bit above my pay grade. I may have to make a call over to the local dealership and see if one of their service technicians can come out and take a look at the system. They got a lot more experience working on these feeder systems than I do, and hopefully they'll be able to point us in the right direction. The good news is that despite the issues, we've still managed to run quite a bit of pay dirt through Slucifer today, and because of that, we built up a pretty healthy amount of gold concentrate inside of the sluice boxes. So before we shut everything down for the night, let's go take advantage of that. I'll open up the clean out on Slucifer and pull all of the gold concentrate out of the plant. Once we've got all of the buckets loaded up, we'll haul everything across the road to our gold cleaning room, so the processing equipment can begin working through it and turning it into gold. After that, I think we'll call it a day here at the Hillside Cut. It's getting pretty late. We've put in a full day's work, and I'd rather take the time to properly diagnose this feeder issue than try to rush through a fix in the dark. We'll head back over to the camper, advance time into the next morning, and hopefully by then we'll have a better idea of what's causing the problem. If we can get the hopper feeder system straightened out and running reliably again, we'll be able to fire everything back up and continue putting our new drive-over ramp system to work. After shutting everything down for the night, I got in touch with the local dealership and explained the issues we were having with our hopper feeder system. They sent a service technician out to the mine to take a look at it, and after spending quite a bit of time troubleshooting the machine, they unfortunately weren't able to pinpoint exactly what was causing the problem. Rather than leaving us completely shut down while they continue investigating the issue, the dealership offered us a temporary solution. They brought out a completely different hopper feeder system for us to test and see if it would work with our current setup. The replacement feeder is this Terex hopper feeder. It's definitely a bit smaller than the unit we were running before, and I was honestly a little skeptical at first about whether or not it would be able to keep up with the amount of material we're feeding into Slucifer. But after running a few test loads through it yesterday evening, it actually performed surprisingly well. We put a few rock truck loads of pay dirt through the system, tested it with our new drive-over ramp, and monitored the material flow all the way through the radial stacker and into the wash plant. Everything seemed to work exactly the way it should, and most importantly, we didn't run into any of the issues that were causing our original feeder to stop moving material. So for now, I think this Terex unit is going to become our temporary hopper feeder, while the dealership continues working on diagnosing and repairing our original system. If they can eventually get the old feeder fixed, we'll compare the two and decide which one works best for the mine moving forward. The good news is that it finally looks like we've got all of the major issues sorted out. Between the new drive-over ramp, the updated auto-drive routes, and now the replacement hopper feeder, we should finally be in a position where we can focus entirely on mining instead of constantly stopping to troubleshoot equipment. And honestly, that's exactly what I've been looking forward to. It feels like the last couple of episodes have been one big engineering project after another. We've been building ramps, creating routes, adjusting worker settings, testing new systems, and solving problem after problem. While all of those upgrades have been necessary, I'm definitely ready to spend some time actually putting the equipment to work and seeing what this operation is capable of. So let's get everything fired back up and get the mine running once again. Well, for the first time in quite a while, it finally feels like everything is running exactly the way we hoped it would. After all of the troubleshooting, rebuilding, testing, and adjustments we've made over the last couple of episodes, the entire mining operation is now running incredibly smoothly, and the results are definitely starting to show. We've managed to move a huge amount of pay dirt in a relatively short amount of time today, and our fleet of Volvo A60H rock trucks has been doing an excellent job keeping material flowing to the wash plant. The new drive-over ramp system seems to have been a complete success, and it's made a much bigger difference than I originally expected. Going into today's episode, one was actually starting to think we might need to purchase another rock truck or two. Last episode, there were quite a few moments where I found myself sitting in the Cat 395 excavator waiting for an empty truck to return so I could continue loading material. Now though, with the new bridge system eliminating all of the reversing and maneuvering around the hopper feeder, the trucks are cycling much faster than before. I've noticed a significant reduction in downtime while running the excavator. By the time I finish loading one truck, it doesn't seem to take very long before another empty truck is already pulling into position, ready for another load of pay dirt. That's exactly what I was hoping this upgrade would accomplish, and it really seems like we're finally getting the most out of our hauling fleet. Not only are the trucks spending less time unloading, but the entire operation just feels much more efficient. The trucks are moving smoothly through their routes. The hopper feeder is keeping up with the material being delivered, and Slucifer has been processing pay dirt almost non-stop throughout the day. And because of that, we've managed to produce an impressive amount of gold concentrate. In fact, we've now run so much material through Slucifer that our sluice boxes are nearly full once again. That's always a great problem to have, because it means all of the upgrades and improvements we've been making are translating directly into more gold production. So I think it's time to pause the mining operation for a few minutes and take care of another cleanout. I'll shut Slucifer down, open up the cleanout system, and pull all of the gold concentrate out of the sluice boxes. Once we've got everything collected, we'll load the buckets into the pickup truck and make another trip across the road to our gold processing room, so we can get all of that concentrate cleaned and processed into gold. After we've dropped everything off at the processing room, we'll head right back over to the Hillside Cut and put the operation back to work. I like to spend a little more time mining today and take full advantage of how smoothly everything is running now that we've finally worked through all of the issues. Once we're satisfied with the amount of material we've processed, we'll shut the mine down for the day and shift our focus over to the gold processing area. By that point, we should have a nice collection of finished gold bars waiting for us, and we'll load everything up and make the trip into town to see just how much money we've managed to produce. We definitely had a rough start to the episode. Between the issues with the original hopper feeder, rebuilding the unloading system, and troubleshooting some of our equipment, we lost quite a bit of valuable mining time. But once we got everything sorted out, production really took off, and we've been making up for lost time ever since. So even with all of the setbacks, I still think there's a very good chance we're on pace for one of the biggest paydays we've ever had here at the Hillside Cut. Let's get this clean out finished up and see just how much gold we've managed to produce today. After all of the upgrades, troubleshooting, and testing we went through over the last couple of days, I'd say today's mining operation ended up being a huge success. We started the episode dealing with problems surrounding our hopper feeder system and trying to get our new drive-over ramp working correctly. But by the end of the day, everything finally came together. Our fleet of Volvo A60H rock trucks performed exactly the way I was hoping they would. The new drive-over bridge proved to be a massive improvement over the old reversing system. And once we got the replacement hopper feeder installed, we were finally able to keep a steady flow of paid dirt moving through Slucifer for hours at a time. The biggest thing I noticed was just how much more efficient the entire operation felt. The truck spent less time unloading. I spent less time waiting for empty trucks to return to the excavator, and overall we were able to move a lot more material through the wash plant than we've ever been able to before. And in the end, all of that extra production translated directly into more gold. After cleaning out Slucifer multiple times throughout the day and processing all of our gold concentrate, we loaded up every gold bar we produced and made the trip into town to cash everything in. By the time all of the sales were complete, we ended up bringing in over $1.5 million, making this one of the biggest paydays we've ever had here at the Hillside Cut. Next episode, we'll continue expanding our gold mining operation and put all of today's upgrades back to work as we look to push production even further. As always, thank you all so much for watching and supporting the series. If you enjoyed today's episode, be sure to leave a like, drop a comment, and subscribe if you're new to the channel. Welcome back to episode 15 of our Gold Mining from Scratch series on the Yukon Valley 16 X map. In today's episode, we're back over at the Hillside Cut as we gear up for another massive day of gold mining here in the Yukon Valley. Over the past several episodes, our mining operation has undergone some huge changes. We recently built a brand new drive-over ramp system, which now allows our fleet of Volvo A60H rock trucks to dump paid dirt directly into our hopper feeder system. This upgrade completely eliminated the need to stockpile paid dirt beside the plant and then feed it into the hopper bucket by bucket with our wheel loader. It wasn't exactly a smooth transition though. Last episode, we spent quite a bit of time troubleshooting the new system. We had to rebuild the ramp after discovering it wasn't high enough to clear the hopper feeder's collision box. And then we also ran into issues with our hopper feeder itself. After some testing and a visit from the local dealership, we ultimately replaced the feeder with a new unit, which seems to be working much better. By the end of the episode, everything was finally running exactly as intended. Our 3 rock trucks were cycling smoothly. Slucifer was processing pay dirt nonstop, and we wrapped up the day with the biggest gold cleanup in the history of the series. After selling all of our gold, we brought in over $1,500,000 in a single day of mining. Now that the entire system is working properly, it's become very obvious where our next bottleneck is. Our Cat 395 excavator simply can't keep up with the amount of material our upgraded mine is capable of processing. To kick things off today, we're going to address that problem by making one of the biggest equipment upgrades we've ever made on this series. The first thing I'll need to do is get our Cat 395 excavator loaded up onto the Brant H550 heavy haul trailer. This excavator has been an absolute workhorse for us throughout the series, and it's played a huge role in helping us build this operation from a small startup mine into the massive gold mining business we have today. It's loaded thousands of tons of paid dirt into our rock trucks, and honestly, it's hard to find much fault with it. But with how much the rest of our operation has grown lately, it just seems like we've finally reached the point where we need something even larger. Once the Cat 395 is loaded up, we'll begin the long trip back across the Yukon to the local dealership. After arriving, I'll get the excavator unloaded, get all of the paperwork taken care of, and then we'll officially trade it in and begin preparing our next machine for delivery. After spending quite a bit of time comparing different excavators, I've decided to make the switch over to Volvo and purchase a brand new Volvo EC950L. This machine is an absolute monster and should be a perfect fit for the scale of mining operation we're running now. The biggest advantage is obviously the bucket size. The bucket on this new excavator is nearly twice the capacity of what we've been running on the Cat 395, and that should allow us to load our Volvo A60H rock trucks much faster than before. Lately, I've noticed that my rock trucks are often spending more time waiting to be loaded than they are actually hauling pay dirt. That's usually a pretty good sign that the excavator has become the bottleneck in the operation. We spent the last few episodes upgrading the wash plant side of the mine, and now that the hopper feeder, ramp system, and truck routes are all working smoothly, it's time to focus on increasing production at the cut itself. If this new excavator performs the way I'm hoping it will, we should be able to load trucks much faster, keep all three of our rock trucks moving consistently, and ultimately feed a lot more pay dirt through Slucifer every single day. The excavator won't be the only purchase we're making today either. While we're at the dealership, I'm also going to be picking up a brand new Can-Am Outlander 1000 along with a utility trailer. At first glance, this might seem like a pretty small upgrade compared to a $1 million excavator, but I actually think it's going to help us out quite a bit. As our mining operation has grown, so has the amount of gold concentrate we're producing during each cleanup. Up until now, we've been throwing all of those buckets into the back of our pickup truck and hauling them over to the gold processing room. That worked fine when we were running smaller wash plants, but now that we're operating Slucifer and producing so much concentrate every cleanup, the pickup truck is starting to feel a little undersized for the job. The new Outlander 1000 and utility trailer should make moving concentrate much easier, and it should also allow us to haul more buckets at once, which means less running back and forth across the mine site. Once everything is purchased, I'll have one of our hired workers take the Can-Am and trailer back to the Hillside Cut while I focus on hauling the Volvo excavator home. Because of the sheer size of the EC950EL, we'll actually have to take the long route back through the Yukon. There are several low bridges along our normal route that the excavator simply won't fit under. So, just like when we hauled Slucifer in a mine, we'll need to carefully plan our route and take the scenic way home. That haul alone is probably going to take a good chunk of the day, but it's definitely worth it if this machine can deliver the kind of production increase I'm expecting. Once we finally arrive back at the Hillside Cut, I'll get the excavator unloaded, and then we'll spend some time getting it set up for work. I'll need to park the haul truck back at camp, get our auto drive workers back in the rock trucks, and then fire up Slucifer so we can start processing pay dirt once again. From there, it'll finally be time for the moment I've been looking forward to all episode. We'll climb into the cab of the new Volvo EC950EL and begin putting it through its first full day of mining. I want to see how quickly it can load trucks, how much easier it is to work the face of the cut, and whether or not it can keep all three of our Volvo A60H rock trucks consistently loaded. I'm also curious to see what kind of impact this has on our overall gold production. We've already proven that our new ramp system works, and we've already proven that our upgraded hopper feeder can keep up with demand. Now it's all about getting more pay dirt out of the ground and into the plant. If everything goes according to plan, today could be the beginning of the most productive era we've had so far in this entire series. We've got a brand new excavator to pick up, a long haul across the Yukon ahead of us, and hopefully another record-breaking gold cleanup waiting for us at the end of the day. So let's fire up the engines and get to work. If you're enjoying the Yukon Valley 16X gold mining series so far, make sure to like, drop a comment, and subscribe so you don't miss what's coming up next. Well, we finally made it back over to the Hillside Cut, and I'd say today's upgrades were definitely worth the trip across the Yukon. I've now got our brand new Volvo EC950EL unloaded from the trailer, and sitting here ready to go to work. And honestly, this machine is even more impressive in person than I expected it to be. Just looking at it parked next to some of our other equipment, you can really see how much larger this excavator is compared to the Cat 395 that we've been running. The bucket alone is absolutely massive, and I'm really excited to see just how much of a difference it's going to make when it comes to loading our Volvo A60 H-Rock trucks. While I was busy hauling the excavator back to the mine, our hired worker also managed to get the new Can-Am Outlander 1000 and utility trailer delivered back to the Hillside Cut. I'll go ahead and park the new utility trailer next to Slucifer, so it'll be ready to go once we start pulling gold concentrate out of the sluice boxes later today. Up until now, we've been relying on the pickup truck to move all of our concentrate around the mine site. But with how much gold we're producing these days, I think this new setup is going to be a huge improvement. Before we can put any of our new equipment to work, though, we need to get the rest of the operation fired back up. Right now, everything has been sitting idle while we were away at the dealership. So I'll start making my way around the plant and get all of our equipment running once again. We'll get the hopper feeder fired up, bring the radial stacker conveyor online, and then finally get Slucifer up and running, so we're ready to start processing pay dirt. Once the wash plant is running smoothly again, I'll head over to the new excavator and spend a little bit of time getting everything configured. I'll get the land surveyor system loaded up and calibrated so we can start tracking our progress inside of the cut. And then it'll finally be time to see what this machine can really do. I'm especially interested to see how much faster we're able to load trucks now. One of the biggest reasons for upgrading from the Cat 395 was the amount of time our rock trucks were spending sitting around waiting to be loaded. With 3 Volvo A60 HS now cycling nonstop around the mine, we need an excavator that's capable of keeping up with demand, and I'm hoping the EC950EL is going to be exactly what this operation needs. Once everything is configured, I'll get our auto drive workers back into the rock trucks, and we'll begin filling them with pay dirt. From there, we'll really be putting this new excavator through its first true test. We'll see how quickly it can load trucks, how efficiently it can work the face of the cut, and most importantly, whether or not it can keep enough material moving to keep Slucifer fed throughout the day. If this upgrade performs the way I'm expecting it to, we could be looking at one of our most productive mining days yet. So let's get everything fired back up, climb into the cab of this brand new Volvo EC950EL, and see just how much pay dirt we can move today. Well, it didn't take long at all, and it looks like Slucifer is already getting close to being completely full of gold concentrate. To be fair, we did still have a bit of concentrate sitting in the sluice boxes from the end of the last episode, so not all of this material was produced today. But even with that said, I'd say that's a pretty good sign that our operation is running extremely well right now. The new Volvo EC950L has been doing an excellent job keeping our rock trucks loaded, and for the first time in quite a while, it feels like we're consistently keeping pay dirt flowing through the entire operation. The rock trucks are cycling smoothly. The hopper feeder is keeping up, and Slucifer has been processing material almost non-stop since we fired everything back up. At this point, I think it makes sense to pause the mining operation for a few minutes and get a clean out done before the sluice boxes become completely full. The last thing I want is to leave gold sitting inside the plant when we could be getting it over to the processing room and turning it into gold bars. So I'll hop onto our brand new Can-Am Outlander 1000 and make my way back over to Slucifer. This will actually be the first real job for our new utility trailer, and I'm curious to see how much easier it makes the cleanup process compared to using the pickup truck. Once I arrive at the wash plant, I'll open up the cleanouts and begin pulling all of the gold concentrate out of the sluice boxes. From there, we'll load every bucket into the utility trailer and then make the short trip across the road to our gold processing area. Once we get over there, I'll unload all of the concentrate into the gold cleaning room so it can begin working its way through the processing system and eventually get turned into gold bars. Honestly, this is exactly why I wanted to bring the Can-Am into the operation. The amount of concentrate we're producing now is significantly higher than it was earlier in the series, and trying to haul all of these buckets around in the pickup truck was becoming a bit inefficient. The trailer should allow us to move everything in a single trip and make future cleanouts much quicker. After we get all of the concentrate delivered and processing begins, we'll bring the Can-Am and trailer back over to the wash plant and get everything staged beside Slucifer, so it's ready for the next cleanup later today. While I'm over here, I've also noticed another area that's starting to need some attention. Our fine and coarse tailings piles are beginning to grow pretty rapidly, and they're starting to creep closer and closer to the wash plant itself. That's usually a good problem to have because it means we're processing a lot of material. But if we leave them too long, they'll eventually start getting in the way of our equipment and make it harder to work around the plant. To get ahead of that, I'll jump into our Volvo L260 wheel loader once the cleanup is finished and spend a little bit of time pushing those tailings piles farther away from the plant. I want to create as much working room around Slucifer as possible so we don't run into any issues later on. Once the tailings are cleaned up and everything is organized again, we'll fire the wash plant back up, get our rock trucks moving once more, and continue putting the new Volvo EC950L to work. So far, this machine has been incredibly impressive, and I'm excited to see just how much more pay dirt we can move before the day is over. Let's get this cleanup knocked out, and then get right back to mining. Well, at this point, I'd say everything is running about as smoothly as we could have hoped for. All of the upgrades we've made over the last few episodes seem to be working together perfectly, and it's really starting to show in the amount of pay dirt we're able to move through the operation every single day. The new Volvo EC950L has been an absolute beast so far. Up until now, our Cat 395 did a great job loading trucks, but this new excavator is on a completely different level. We're now able to fill each one of our Volvo A60 H-Rock trucks with just 2 full buckets of pay dirt, which has dramatically reduced our loading times and kept the trucks moving much more consistently. One of the biggest things I've noticed is just how little downtime there is now. Before, it wasn't uncommon to have 1 or even 2 trucks sitting around waiting to be loaded while I worked through the queue. Now it feels like the trucks are constantly arriving, getting loaded, and heading right back over to the wash plant. The entire operation just feels much more efficient. In fact, this upgrade may have opened the door for another expansion in the future. Earlier in the series, I wasn't sure if we could realistically keep a 4th rock truck busy. But after seeing how quickly the EC950EL is loading these trucks today, I'm starting to think a 4th truck might actually make sense down the road. I'd still like to spend some more time testing the operation before making any major decisions, but it's definitely something that's crossed my mind. The exciting part is that all of these improvements are having a direct impact on our gold production. Every upgrade we've made recently has been focused on eliminating bottlenecks. We upgraded the ramp system, replaced the hopper feeder, automated the truck routes, and now we've upgraded the excavator. As a result, we're processing more pay dirt than ever before, and Slucifer has barely had a chance to take a break all day. Speaking of Slucifer, I've just noticed that the wash plant has stopped running, and that's usually a pretty good indication that we've completely filled up the gold concentrate storage once again. Honestly, it's pretty crazy how quickly we're filling the sluice boxes now. Not that long ago, it felt like it took forever to accumulate enough concentrate to justify a cleanup. Now it seems like we're constantly pulling concentrate out of the plant and hauling it over to the processing room. So I think it's time to pause the mining operation for a few minutes and get another clean out done. I'll head back over to Slucifer with the Can-Am Outlander and utility trailer, pull all of the gold concentrate out of the sluice boxes, and then get everything delivered across the road to our gold processing facility. Once all the concentrate is unloaded and processing begins, we'll bring the trailer back over to the wash plant, fire everything back up, and get right back to work. I'd really like to see just how much more material we can move before the end of the day, and I'm honestly curious if we can manage to fill Slucifer one more time before we wrap up today's episode. If we can pull that off, there's a good chance we're looking at another massive gold cleanup and potentially one of the most productive mining days we've ever had here at the Hillside Cut. So let's get this concentrate cleaned out, get Slucifer back online, and see just how much more gold we can mine before the day is over. Well, it looks like we've managed to do it once again. Slucifer has officially come to a stop, which means we've completely filled the sluice boxes with gold concentrate for the second time today. That's a pretty incredible accomplishment, and I think it really shows just how much of an impact all of the upgrades we've made recently are having on our mining operation. To be honest, when we first started making changes to the mine a few episodes ago, I was hoping we'd see some improvements, but I didn't expect things to scale up this quickly. Between the new drive-over ramp, the upgraded hopper feeder system, our fleet of auto-drive rock trucks, and now the new Volvo EC9 50EL excavator, every part of the operation is finally working together exactly the way I envisioned. So before we wrap things up for today, we'll head over and get Slucifer cleaned out one final time. I'll load all of the gold concentrate buckets into our new utility trailer, and then we'll make the short trip across the road to the gold processing area. Once we arrive, I'll get everything unloaded into the gold cleaning room, where all of that concentrate can begin working its way through the processing system. From there, it'll be turned into gold jars and eventually refined into gold bars that we'll be able to sell off for a huge payday in the future. What's really exciting is that all of the concentrate we're delivering right now is the result of just a single day of mining. That's something that would have been almost impossible earlier in the series. Back then, we spent so much time moving equipment around, feeding the wash plant, and waiting on trucks that our actual production numbers were much lower. Now it feels like we've finally reached the point where the mine can operate at a truly large scale. The biggest reason for that is definitely the new Volvo EC9 50EL. After spending an entire day running this machine, I can confidently say this excavator has completely transformed our operation. The bucket size alone has made an enormous difference. Being able to fill each Volvo a 60H rock truck with only 2 full buckets of pay dirt has drastically reduced loading times and allowed us to move more material than ever before. In fact, I noticed something throughout the day that I wasn't expecting. For the first time since introducing our fleet of 3 rock trucks, I actually found myself waiting for trucks to return. Previously, the excavator was always the bottleneck, and the trucks were usually lined up waiting to be loaded. Today, it felt like the exact opposite. The new excavator was loading trucks so quickly that there were several moments where I was sitting idle waiting for another truck to arrive. That's actually a really good problem to have, because it tells me we've successfully eliminated one of the biggest bottlenecks in the mine. It also has me thinking about what comes next. After we finish unloading all of this concentrate, we'll make our way back over to Slucifer and get the Can-Am Outlander and utility trailer parked for the night. Then I'll jump back into the Volvo L260 wheel loader and spend the rest of the evening cleaning up around the wash plant. Next episode, we'll pick up right where we leave off today and continue mining here at the Hillside Cut. We've already got what looks to be one of our biggest gold cleanups ever sitting over at the processing facility waiting to be sold, but I'd actually like to take things a step further. Rather than selling the gold immediately, I want to spend another full day mining with our new excavator and really see what kind of production numbers we can achieve now that the operation is running so efficiently. If we could put together another day like today, we could be looking at one of the biggest gold sales in the history of the series once we finally load everything up and haul into town. As always, thank you all so much for watching and supporting the Gold Mining from Scratch series. If you enjoyed today's episode, be sure to leave a like, drop a comment, and subscribe if you're new to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next episode as we continue expanding the Hillside Cut, pushing even more pay dirt through Slucifer and chasing another massive gold payday here in the Yukon Valley.